making this chart, creating this chart, did you also perform some calculations to determine the difference between what the defendant would have gotten in a divorce situation versus if her husband died because he was murdered?
I did. That's column F on the far right side. That's the delta between, or the difference between a divorce scenario and a death scenario.
Okay. And did you make certain assumptions in this case in these calculations, divorce versus death?
Yes, I did.
And what type of assumptions did you make?
So the first assumption is for the divorce scenario, I assumed that the date of death was also the date of separation.
Okay.
So anything after that date would be separate property of each of the parties. Secondarily, I assumed that for the death, I assumed that Ms. Sementilli would not be found responsible for Mr. Sementilli's death.
So in other words, if she were to be found not guilty, what she would be able to still inherit?
That's correct.
Or if she had not been caught in the first place?
That's
Sustained.
Okay. Did you make any determinations or any assumptions regarding the home?
Yes, I did. So on line 6 through 8, you can see that's the amounts related to the house, and the house was sold, and so in the death scenario we have $337,951 at line 9, and in the divorce scenario we have the $218,350, and that relates to it being 50%, because in a divorce scenario, Ms. Sementilli would receive half, whereas in the death scenario, she receives 100%. However, I didn't include costs of sale here. I didn't assume that the house was sold. I assumed that she would be bought out of the house. And by doing that, it actually decreases the amount that is on line 27, the bottom line conclusion, because it increases the amount that would have been in the divorce column. So
if you were, in other words, the assumption is that the house would not be sold in a divorce situation, that the defendant would be bought out, and therefore you're saving closing costs.
That's correct. So it gives Ms. Sementilli more funds in the divorce scenario, so the difference is less, which makes the amount on line 27 to be less. So it's an assumption that is in Ms. Sementilli's favor.
Okay. In other words, making the amount, the difference between divorce versus death, a lesser amount.
Correct.
Did you make other assumptions in the defendant's favor that decreased your conclusion or your bottom line number, which we see, as you said, in line 27 of $1.5 million difference?
Yes.
And what were those?
There were certain amounts that we excluded from the death scenario because we didn't have the source documents to show where they came from. For example, there was 2 amounts that came from Procter & Gamble. One was a distribution. The other was an amount that was held in an account that were noted, one in a trust accounting from Mr. Rubin, one in a filing that we know the funds were received, we know the funds were there, but we couldn't identify the source. And so I excluded those from the calculation, and they would have increased line 27. The third was a computer share account that, again, would have increased the amount, but again, I didn't have the source document to show where it comes from. Those three together were approximately $120,000.
You mentioned one of them being P&G Distributions. That was per the estate accounting, right? Correct?
That's correct.
Somewhere in the neighborhood of $102,000.
That's right. That was the first one.
A computer share account that was somewhere around $7,700.
Right. It was not a large amount.
Okay. And then P&G stock that was at in a Wells Fargo account.
A Wells Fargo investment account.
Okay. And that was somewhere around $12,500.
Correct. So combined, the three were approximately $120,000.
Okay. And all of these were documented in the documentation that you received from the administrators who were appointed by a civil court to handle Fabio Sementilli's estate.
That's correct. But we did not have documentation from Procter & Gamble to identify where they came from or why they were paid. So I couldn't characterize them, and therefore I excluded them from the analysis.
Now, at the time of his death, the victim in this case, Fabio Sementilli, was also receiving various employee benefits that were subject to vesting. What did you do with that?
So for those benefits, to the extent they vest over time, any amount that is earned after date of separation, which again in this case is the same as the date of death, those amounts would have been his separate property. So the longer period we use for the vesting, the more that is separate property.
Okay.
So what we did is assume the shortest possible vesting period. For example, there's one, it's a small amount, it's $4,000, but we assumed that it was 100% vested, so it was all community property. The larger P&G equity award, we assumed only 3 years, so that it was more community property. So again, it was an assumption that was ultimately gave us a conclusion that was more beneficial, gave more funds to Ms. Sementilli in the divorce scenario, thereby reducing the delta and lowering the amount on line 27. There's still a difference, but it is a lower difference than it could have been had we used a more traditional 4 or 5 year vesting period.
Okay. So you made multiple assumptions in order to make the distinction between what the defendant would receive in a divorce versus upon her husband's death due to his murder to her benefit.
Right, but these are assumptions that have to be made when we're doing the analysis because we don't have perfect information. So it's just in order to have an analysis that is the most conservative, we made the assumptions that benefited Ms. Sementilli.
All right. And when we talk about, you mentioned approximately $4,000, the Cody RSUs, that's what we see on line 12, correct?
That's correct.
So you made the assumption that it would all be community property invested at the time of death.
That's correct.
And in terms of the P&G stock options, that's what we see on line 16, correct?
That's correct.
That came to approximately $935,814.
Yes, that's right.
All right. What about Fabio Sementilli's P&G pension? I see that on line 18.
Okay, so again, this is a benefit that upon death vests immediately and still is paid out over a period of time. Ms. Sementilli is given 3 options on how to get it paid out. They each option is gives a different amount in total that she could receive. In order to calculate the amount at line 27, I chose the amount that is the lowest possible amount that she would receive. Therefore, the amount that you see at line 18, the $42,682, is, of the three options, the least possible amount that could have been there, which creates the lowest amount that falls to line 27.
Okay. Again, so making the difference between divorce versus death a lower amount.
That's correct.
That was assuming a cash payout.
That's right. It's a lump sum payment.
Okay. Now, were you able to make some determinations, again, from the documentation from the estate on the civil side as to any cash at the date of Fabio Sementilli's death?
Yes. From the bank accounts, we could see that the two accounts, or the total of their personal accounts is on line 2 at $53,563. And the total of the LGI consulting accounts is $9,464. And that totals in column A.
So, for instance, how would that work out in divorce versus death? So we can see how this chart works.
So in column C, you can see, or B and C, in column B, you can see that 50%. And C is 50% of the amounts in column A. Right. And then in column D, you see 100%, and again, 100% of the amount in column A. Because in a divorce situation, it's divided by 2 in California from a community property standpoint.
Cash.
That's correct. And from at the time of his death, there were no designations on the account any other way, and the accounts were joint accounts, except for actually the LGI account was in Miss Sementilli's name. So only. At least from the statements, that's how it appears. So those accounts went 100% to her upon death.
Okay.
And even though the account is only in Ms. Sementilli's name, even in divorce, she would still only receive half of it, because unless she could somehow trace it to, trace the funds that were in there to a separate property source, which I assumed could not be done since LGI was not formed before marriage.
Okay. And so the difference there between what she would get on divorce versus death, we can see that it's a difference of $31,513, basically 50%.
That's correct.
If we had the situation that we do have in front of us where the victim's dead, she gets the full amount of $63,000.
If she's not found responsible.
Yes, that was an assumption we already talked about that you made at the beginning.
That's correct. I can no longer see the line items, but I have a copy in my binder. Is it okay if I look at that one?
Sure, I just wanted to put it on the screen to make sure that where you can see that I can back out a little bit. There we go. All right, let's talk about the family residence at 5012 Queen Victoria Road. We see that on lines 5 through 8 on your chart. Can you walk us through that?
Yes. So line 5 is just the title. It's just the address. So
Right.
Line 6 is the total amount, and that's the total amount it was sold for. The line 7 is the mortgage at the time of Fabio's death. and then the net cost of sale. So line 9 is the net proceeds. And in fact, I think actually line 7, I could look at my source document, but line 7 is likely the mortgage at the time of the ultimate sale.
Okay. So the home was sold for $1.350. Yes?
Yes,
And they owed a mortgage on the house of $913,300.
that's correct.
Plus there were costs of the sale, as we talked about previously, of $98,750.
749.
Yes. And so how does it work? If there were to be a divorce, this would be characterized as community property?
That's right.
And so therefore each spouse would get 50%.
That's correct. Typically, one spouse buys out the other. It's very common where one spouse stays and then buys out the other, and the other spouse buys a different residence.
And in this particular case, the defendant already received 50%, correct?
That's my understanding of the sales proceeds.
Okay. However, if she were to be found not guilty, then she'll also wind up getting the other half from Fabio's estate. She'll get the full amount, correct?
That's my understanding.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. That's for understanding, no foundation.
So ruled.
So on in death, we're talking about an amount of $337,951.
Correct.
And so the difference between what she would get in divorce versus what she would get if Fabio was dead is approximately $119,600.
That's right.
Now let's look down the column starting on line 10 where it says other assets. Let's look at what you have beneath that. Can you walk us through? The first one we see on line 11 is a 401k that was being managed through Charles Schwab as of December 31st of 2018.
Yes. So that was the, as it says, Cody 401k. And the amount was $30,492. In a divorce situation, Ms. Sementilli would have received 50%. That's the $15,246. Because Mr. Sementilli passed away, she will receive or would receive $30,492. So the difference is the 50%, $15,246.
Okay. And let's look at the next line, line 12. He had some Cody restricted stock units.
That's correct. Same situation. This is the $4,000 that we talked about earlier. It's $3,995. We assumed that they were 100% vested at the time of either divorce or death. And so 50% would be received if in a divorce situation, 100% is received upon death.
For, again, a difference between the divorce versus death of $1,998, approximately $2,000, right?
Correct.
A $2,000 benefit by Fabio dying.
Right.
Okay. And then there was a car loan, and I see here you saw that was written off, so that came to a net total of 0 on both sides.
That's right.
Okay. And then there was accrued vacation that was paid out, which we heard about last week, of an amount of $5,689, which appears on line 14 of your chart.
Yes.
How does that work?
So accrued vacation is not a divisible asset in divorce. It's usually used by the party unless there's some extraordinary circumstance. So an amount of 50 hours would not have been divided. But in the event of death, the company paid it out just like they would if he had left the company. So that $5,689 is the difference.
So that was again a benefit to the defendant by the death of her husband of $5,689.
That's right.
All right. Let's move down to line 15. You have P&G profit sharing, PST.
Yes.
Tell us what we see here, please.
Again, that's a profit sharing plan that had $43,677 in it, and half of it would have gone to Miss Sementilli in a divorce situation, or $21,838, whereas in a death scenario, Miss Sementilli receives $43,677, for the difference being the other 50% of $21,838.
Okay. And again, this was an amount that, just like the vacation, was paid out and transferred to the defendant in March of 2017. So she benefited by almost $22,000 through the death of her husband on this one.
That's correct.
All right. Let's look at the next one, which looks like it's one of the largest numbers, the P&G stock options, which was valued at $935,814. How does that work?
These are the stock options that we talked about a little bit earlier. So part of this is separate property, because after separation, the portion that vests is allocated to Mr. Sementilli in a divorce situation. So we did do that time rule calculation, and $140,102 is carved off completely for Mr. Sementilli, but $795,712 is community property. So 50% of that amount is the $397,856 that Miss Sementilli would receive in a divorce situation. So it's 50% of the $795. Whereas
because it's half of the community property portion?
One half of the community property portion. Whereas upon death, she not only receives 100% of the community property portion, she also receives the $140,000 of his separate property.
So in other words, by his death, she winds up getting the full $935,814.
That's correct. So this one is actually the biggest delta. So it's $537,958 that is the benefit for the Procter & Gamble stock options.
Okay. And then also we heard last week about a P&G ISOP, the International Stock Ownership Plan, that we see on line 17.
Yes.
And tell us about those figures based on the documentation you reviewed from the estate.
This one is one where Mr. Sementilli had done a beneficiary designation when he signed up for the program, and he had designated only 40% to go to Miss Sementilli. So upon his death, that's the portion that she would receive, whereas in a divorce, she would receive 50%. And so this is one where she actually receives more in a divorce situation than she would in a death situation. So it's a negative of $3,988.
Okay.
So.
And then beneath that, you have the P&G pension plan. And you talked earlier on line 18 about there being different choices, whether she took a lump sum or a monthly amount. What was the documentation with respect to his P&G, Fabio's P&G defined benefit plan? Core pension plan.
The core pension plan, we received documentation from the company that outlined a lump sum payment and then two options for payment over time, beginning at different time periods. So beginning in, I could look at the documents if you'd like, but I think beginning in 10 years and beginning in 20 years and going for a certain number of years into the future. And then depending on if you waited the longest period, you actually got it for a longer period of time or a bigger amount, and so it ends up being a larger dollar figure.
Okay.
But we assumed the one that actually came to the lowest dollar figure, and that's receiving it now, a lump sum cash payment of $42,682, and that is 50% at divorce or 100% upon his death.
Okay. So that's a difference of somewhere around $21,000 to her benefit, using the lower number, the more conservative number, once Fabio died. She gets 100% of it.
That's correct.
All right. And then there's a Wella Canadian pension plan on line 19. Tell us about that.
Yes, that's a very small pension plan, $5,000, and again, 50% if there's a divorce and 100% if Mr. Sementilli dies.
Okay. So the benefit to her, again, is the difference is approximately $2,500.
That's right.
Okay. Then we see that he had 2 accounts through Sun Life Financial, one being a registered retirement savings plan and one being a non-registered. Let's start with the one that's registered on line 20. How does that work?
Again, this is another one that when Mr. Sementilli signed up, he designated the beneficiaries. And so for that one, upon his death, Ms. Sementilli was designated to receive 75% of the funds in that account. So she was to receive $11,700 upon his death, whereas in divorce, she would receive 50%, and that is the $7,800.
This is the one that we talked about earlier, where Fabio had designated 75% to his wife and 25% to his son Luigi, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So this one is a difference again of $3,900 benefit by his death versus going through a divorce.
That's correct.
All right, let's look at line 20. It looks like line 21, the non-registered retirement savings account through Sun Life. Looks like a very small amount.
Yes, it's a very small amount, $134, and again, it's the 50% versus 100%.
And there was no beneficiary designated, so the full amount would then be payable to the defendant on his death.
That's correct.
All right. So if we look at a total of all of the other assets on line 22, from what is in the estate, $1.135,461,000. 50% of all of that in a divorce would be $499,335.
Just to make sure the record's clear, the first number is $1,135,461.
Yes.
And yes, the portion that is divorce is $499,335.
However, upon his death, the benefit to the defendant is $1,105,895, correct?
Yes.
So when we go over to the difference in the far right column, it benefits her by over $600,000. Is that right?
That's correct. $606,560.
Now let's look at the life insurance proceeds on line 24. Tell us about how this gets handled.
We cannot see that.
Thank you.
The life insurance proceeds are only the life insurance proceeds that are payable to Ms. Sementilli. These don't include the life insurance proceeds that were payable to any other party. And obviously in divorce, none of these are payable to Ms. Sementilli because these are all term life policies. If they had been whole life policies that had cash surrender value, that would not be the case, but they did not have whole life policies.
So therefore, it's zero on in a divorce scenario or the full amount on death.
That's correct. And these, I think, primarily related to employment policies.
So in this case, again, we're only looking at the portion of the life insurance that was designated by the victim for his wife. She gets the full 100% of it, which is $720,067.
That's correct.
So the difference is that amount.
That's right, because there's nothing payable upon divorce.
Right. And then on line 25, you have something called post-death separation compensation. What is that?
The company elected to continue to pay Mr. Sementilli for 6 months after he passed, and so that compensation, this is the net that was received after tax, that amounted to $50,271, but in a divorce situation, that would be his separate property. So none of that would be divided with Ms. Sementilli.
So the full, again, just like the life insurance, it's either nothing or the full amount of $50,271.
That's correct.
Okay. And what was the salary amount? Gross?
I would have to look. I have he was receiving, I think, $280,000 is what I was using for other calculations.
Okay. That would be his salary plus some other...
Plus the other compensation.
And again, as you mentioned, this is compensation net, so it's post after taxes are removed, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then there was also some debt from the credit cards that we see on line 26.
That's right. The parties had credit card debt. So in a dissolution, Ms. Sementilli would have been responsible for half of it. But when Mr. Sementilli passed, she became responsible for all of it.
Okay. So just as in one of the other situations we talked about, I think it was the closing costs on a sale of the property, the entire debt, you subtracted that from the amount that she stood to gain by her husband's death, correct?
That's correct.
From the total that we see over in column F.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so the total difference between, if we look at line 27, the estate being worth $2,262,915 in a divorce situation, she would be looking to inherit approximately $727,000, correct?
She would receive...
Not inherit. She would get, because he hasn't died in a divorce, correct?
That's correct. That's the amount that we could verify.
Okay. And in death, she stands to inherit, assuming she's not found guilty, $2,233,349.
That's correct.
So the difference, again, between what she stands to inherit versus what she would have gotten under a divorce scenario is approximately $1.5 million.
That's correct.
what would happen in a situation, let's say, if the defendant were to remarry in a divorce? What does that do in terms of support?
If she was,
There's no foundation for that, Your Honor.
There is going to be.
I'm all of it.
Would there be some type of support in a divorce scenario?
there would be child support for the 18 months that the one minor child was not 18 or not in high school, and there could possibly be spousal support, very likely at least temporary spousal support.
Okay. And what happens to any type of spousal support if she were to remarry?
It's terminated by law.
Now, were there other amounts that you did not include in your calculations in Exhibit 126?
Well, we've already talked about the $120,000. I didn't account for legal fees or accounting fees related to a divorce. There would at least be legal fees. I didn't account for child support because even though it's paid, it would be paid to Ms. Sementilli, it's for the benefit of the minor child, so I assume that that's where those funds would go. And I did not account for a spousal support amount because it's very speculative, or at least partly speculative, as to how much she would receive.
Okay. Did you see documentation that you received regarding the estate, regarding something called Scissor Boy, or an application that Fabio had created, Scissor Boy?
Yes, and I did not include anything related to that. There was a $25,000 settlement payment that was made to Ms. Sementilli related to that. I didn't include that $25,000 in the analysis because I didn't know if it would have been included in the death scenario, increase the $1.5 million, but I didn't include it because I didn't know if in a divorce scenario there was a community asset that would have been divided. So I just didn't want to include something that could unreasonably change the number upward.
So again, being most conservative and knowing that the defendant got the full $25,000 here, you didn't include it at all. So it's almost like it was a freebie. It wasn't included in your calculations.
Yeah, I assumed it's a wash.
Okay. And when we talked about, when you mentioned spousal support and you said it was speculative, is there a difference between temporary support and permanent support?
There is. Temporary support is the amount that's paid pending the actual dissolution, and it's there's a formula. Child support is always by formula in California. Guideline is what it's called. Temporary spousal support is also by guideline. Typically, it doesn't have to be, but like child support has to be, with few exceptions. Spousal support is typically by guideline as well.
Okay. And in most cases, is it the temporary or the permanent support that tends to be higher, or do they tend to be the same?
Temporary support is almost always higher than permanent support. Permanent support is typically at least 15% lower, sometimes higher. Sometimes it's as much as 30% lower, but it depends on. Permanent support is based on a family code 4320 that outlines 14 different factors that the court considers. So there's much that goes into that that analysis, and so that's where I said it was too speculative for me to figure out what the court would have decided the actual permanent support would be.
Okay. What are some of those factors, those 14 factors that the courts consider for permanent support?
Age of the parties, health of the parties, ability to work, lifestyle of the parties, whether one party contributed to the education of the other party, California's public policy to that people become self-supporting. The very last one is anything else that the court wants to consider. Whether there's been domestic abuse. Those are the ones that come to me.
Okay. Also, maybe the length of the union, the marriage?
Yeah. The length of the marriage is also a factor.
So in this case, we know it was almost 20 years.
That's right. And whether the one party was home, needs to be home with the children.
So if the children are now becoming adults, that would be taken into account, that she doesn't need to be home anymore. She could get a job.
Correct. Whether or not the children need someone at home is a factor.
Okay. And what about, you talked about the age of the parties. The defendant in this case, as you know from the documentation, was 44 years old at the time her husband died, so that would also tend to indicate she could earn money.
I understand she was 44, and my experience is that the court would have likely ordered a vocational examination. That would be typical in these types of cases.
Okay. To see what type of job she could do.
That's correct.
All right. And can you give us an estimate of what temporary spousal support would have looked like in a divorce scenario, obviously, in 2017?
Temporary support is based on the guideline formula takes into account child support and is essentially 40% of the payor's gross income less 50% of the person receiving its income. And I did sort of run the calculations to I had to run it to get child support, and the temporary support would be approximately $5,800 a month, and then after tax would be $3,985, or essentially $4,000 a month. And the distinction that has to be made is that this was 2017,
Yeah.
so it was still taxable and deductible at the time. It was prior to the change in the support laws, or change in the tax law. So.
And what about, you mentioned child support that would last for approximately 18 months for the minor child.
The child support was $1,642.
So combined after taxes, what would be the amount for child support and spousal support?
Combined is about.
Could witness let us know what she's looking at this time?
You can do that across.
Thank you.
Approximately $5,650
Per month.
That's correct.
What is that? Did you calculate what that would come to annually?
Approximately $125,000.
Okay. After taxes?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you estimate how long support would have continued beyond temporary support? I know you said that part becomes speculative.
Right. So here's this is why it's not included in my analysis, because I calculated rough numbers for child support, but this is very much estimates because all of this is based on an estimated income analysis. So based on just my experience and Ms. Sementilli's age and the fact that she was doing some consulting and that kind of thing, I assumed that she would work or that she would receive support for another 3 years.
Okay.
So total of 5 years.
Is that typical, 3 to 5 years?
Objection, no foundation.
So rule.
It's not in a marriage of 20 years, but based on her age and just the way things have been over the last 10 years,
Okay.
I would not be surprised if that was.
I'm going to object, would not be surprised, even though it wasn't a question.
That would be irrelevant.
Would that be typical, as I asked?
Would not object to typical.
Given this estate, not a complex estate, this estate.
Given this estate. I'm not sure.
Okay. Would it be unlikely that she would get lifetime support at age 44?
Objection, no foundation.
Speculation sustained.
So if you included what you were talking about in terms of support, child support and spouse support for a period of 3 to 5 years, did you calculate what that amount would approximately come to?
I did.
And what is that amount?
It's approximately $290,000 for the whole
Because-
period.
And you made that estimate based on what you, based on your experience, would be likely in this scenario.
Yes, I did.
Okay. The 3 to 5 year period, not a lifetime support.
Based on 2 years of temporary support and 3 years of permanent support.
Okay. And if you included that number in your analysis, would that reduce the difference between death versus divorce of $1.5 million?
It would.
By how much?
$300,000.
So in that case, we're talking about a difference of $1.2 million.
That's correct.
And you also said that you didn't include approximately $100,000 worth of deposits in your analysis, correct? The $120,000 that she got up front?
Correct. That was part of our speculation bucket, I'll call it.
Okay. So that would, if you had included it, that would increase the amount to greater than $1.5 million, correct?
That's correct.
I have nothing further.
Any cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Ebersbacher, in looking at the exhibit 126 that is up there, I don't see any column that addresses the issue of alimony or spousal support or child support that you just discussed in the last half hour or so. Is that right?
Right.
Now, your task, your assignment, if you will, from the district attorney was to calculate the difference financially for Mrs. Sementilli of divorce versus death. Is that right?
Right.
And you agree that one of the primary factors or items in a divorce is alimony.
That's right.
Why is it not included in your chart?
Well, as we just talked about, there are a lot of factors that are speculative when you're talking about the length and amount of alimony in a dissolution like the Sementillis. And so I calculated it so that Ms. Sementilli could provide the information to the court during my testimony, but I did not include it in this analysis because just like the other amounts that would increase this number, I didn't want to include amounts that were speculative in any component.
Well, but you just gave a figure of $290,000 as being the figure that she would likely have gotten in alimony over the if she had gotten a divorce. Is that right?
And I think I said repeatedly that I think that there are a lot of speculative components to that, but that is my best estimate based on my experience, but it is not. There are a lot of moving parts, and there is speculation in those numbers.
Well, the age of Ms. Sementilli at the time of Mrs. Sementilli at the time of her husband's death was, what was her age?
44.
And what was Fabio Sementilli's age?
I believe he was also 44 or 45.
So I would assume under normal actuaries that they were looking at another 30, 35 years of life, hopefully. Obviously, it didn't occur in this case, but we're talking about divorce. Is that right?
Probably.
And don't you take into account that when you're, how long the wife is going to need alimony to maintain her lifestyle as it was during the marriage?
No.
You don't take that into account in your figure?
No.
So you're saying that in your experience, the amount of time that alimony is paid in a marriage like this would be 3 to 5 years?
Based on all the other factors in this case, yes.
Right. And again, those factors are what?
The fact that Ms. Sementilli was 44 years old, in very good health, was a consultant that we only had.
I'm sorry, let me interrupt you. Was it?
Ask that the witness be able to finish her answer.
Okay.
That the income that we were attributing to her was likely understated because we had not done a complete analysis. That it was possible, based on other facts in the case, that Ms. Sementilli would get remarried within some period of time. Those are some of the factors.
Well, the idea of getting remarried in a divorce is present in every divorce. Is that correct?
I would say no.
Okay. Why not?
Many of the divorces that I work on are very long-term marriages, and the parties are not interested in getting remarried.
All right, but we're talking about the ages that you know that the parties were in this case, correct?
Right.
And they've been married for how long?
Just about 20 years.
And does the length of marriage factor into the issue of alimony?
It does.
And how does it?
In California, after 10 years, there's no more presumptive half-life on spousal support.
What does that mean? In layman terms.
It means that if you're married less than 10 years, the court will presumptively, means you will likely get spousal support for half the length of the marriage. So if you're married 8 years, you will receive spousal support for 4 years.
Okay.
If you're married more than 10 years, then you will likely get support for longer than half the length of the marriage.
All right, so if they were married 20 years, half would be 10, so she'd be getting alimony for more than 10 years, correct? Under that formula.
But it's not a formula.
Well, what is it? Is it what the norm has been in California? Is that a way of putting it? What did you just describe on the 10 years or more than 10 years?
Well, it's a presumption, but we also have Gavron warnings that happen in almost every case now. And the younger the person, the more likely that the support is not going to be certainly it's not going to be lifetime, but the idea that it would even be half the length, I think, is unlikely.
Unlikely. This is all speculation on your part, correct?
Exactly why it's not on that sheet.
Well, but the sheet is designed to document the difference financially between death and divorce, right?
That's correct.
And you're saying basically under a divorce, it's all basically speculative. Isn't that right?
No.
Well, Mr. Sementilli was very successful at his job. You understood that, correct?
I did.
And his salary was increasing, correct?
For the period that we looked at, it was increasing.
And the likelihood would be if he continued working there, it would increase again, correct?
It's
Well,
possible.
that costs are speculative.
Sustain.
If does alimony at all depend on how much money the individual is making at the time?
It depends on how much money both individuals are making.
Well, how much was Mrs. Sementilli making?
The tax returns were reporting approximately, they reported $30,000 the year net the year before, I think 2015, and then $18,000 in 2016.
And that was due to some consulting, correct?
That's correct, but I emphasize reported.
Okay. So, and his reported income was what for the last year before he died?
All in $286,000.
So if you consider that and the length of the marriage, 20 years, isn't there some formula you can use? Since a lot of what you've said is speculation, is there a formula you could use in trying to figure out what the amount of alimony might be per year?
Yes.
What's that formula?
Well, for temporary support, it's the 40% minus 50%. And then for permanent, it's probably 85%. That's the number I used. It's somewhere between 70 and 85%. But for purposes of the $295,000 or $300,000 rounded calculation that I did, it was, I used 85% of the temporary number as the permanent support number.
But the permanent you calculated for 3 to 5 years, is that right?
I calculated it for 3 years to get a total support period of 5 years.
But you understand that alimony remains as long as the parties are alive and the party who's getting the divorce doesn't remarry. Is that right?
Jeff, that's not it. Also misstates the testimony.
It's a question. I'm sorry.
You may answer. No.
That is not my understanding.
All right, so how long does alimony typically last in California?
It varies by facts and circumstances. There is no, I can't possibly answer that.
It can be negotiated, correct?
It can be negotiated.
But if the party who's paying the alimony dies, the alimony stops, is that correct?
Yes.
And if the other party who's receiving the alimony remarries, then the alimony stops, is that correct?
That's correct.
But if those two things don't happen, that is, Ms. Sementilli lives for a normal lifetime and Mrs. Sementilli doesn't remarry, alimony could last 10, 20, 30 years, isn't that right?
In this case,
Well, I mean, can you tell us in this case, if they had gotten a divorce and he had continued to, his salary increase and she didn't remarry and he stayed alive, can you tell us how much alimony she'd likely receive
over the lifetime of the alimony?
I can only tell you that if it lasted 10 years, I would be shocked.
You'd be shocked if there was 10 years of alimony.
Based on the facts and circumstances of this case, but again, that's my speculation based only on my experience.
And if it lasted 10 years, at the figures you're talking about, what would be the total amount of alimony that she would receive?
There would be the 300,000 plus another 275,000,
So you're talking about $600,000,
600,000 total.
which would be added on your chart to the divorce column versus the death column, correct?
It would be, well, just to make it easy, it'd be 1.5 minus 600. So the benefit of Mr. Sementilli dying versus divorce would only be $900,000.
So if you took $900,000 from the $1,500,000 that you had here as the difference, that would be reduced to about $600,000, correct?
No, you're doing it backwards. I just did the math for you. The
Okay.
1,500,000 minus the 300 we already calculated, minus another 275,000. So let's just call it 600 to make it easy. That would be 900,000. So the benefit to Miss Sementilli for Mr. Sementilli dying versus the divorce would be approximately, it's $925,000.
Again, based on your calculations involving how much she would receive in alimony.
That's 10 years of alimony.
Okay. And again, none of that, you didn't include any of that in your chart because it was too speculative, is that right?
Well, those are based, well, 10 years is, I would say aggressive, but in Ms. Sementilli's favor. So to the extent it's speculative, it is very much very conservative in terms of what would be helpful to Ms. Sementilli.
Did you talk to, you said you talked to Jason Rubin in this case as part of your investigation?
That's correct.
And remind us who Jason Rubin is?
He is the court-appointed trust accountant or trustee.
And because of the death of Mr. Sementilli and the manner of his death, that he was murdered, there was a court-appointed trustee to handle all of the assets of the estate. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Counsel, let me interrupt you. I need to give the jury and the staff a break, but since we started so late, let's try to limit the break to 10 minutes. The admission applies. See you back here in 10 minutes. counsel present, jury, and officer present. Ms. Ebersbacher, you are still under oath, and you may continue to cross.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Ms. Ebersbacher, are you a licensed attorney?
I'm not.
I'm sorry.
I am not.
So you don't practice divorce law, community property law as part of your profession?
I do not.
So how many cases, family law cases, have you been involved in when your job was to calculate figures like you have today, alimony and so forth?
It has to be more than. If it's not 1,000, I'd be really surprised.
And in those cases, all of the parties were represented by counsel, correct?
Almost all of them.
And if there's litigation, you don't do the litigation. The attorney for the divorce or parties getting a divorce would handle the litigation, correct?
Argument, yes.
Okay. And all of the factors that you've talked about here would be part of every divorce case if it's litigated and not settled, correct?
The 4320 factors?
Yes.
Yes.
And those factors would be considered if the case settled, which is the primary goal initially in a divorce case. Is that right?
Yes, that's always the goal.
Now, in terms of guidelines, doesn't LA County have its own guidelines regarding divorce and figures and calculations that you've gone through?
No.
You're not aware of any guidelines that LA County has that would be specific to LA County as opposed to some other county in the state?
Are you talking about for child and spousal support amounts?
Yes.
Well, LA County uses Santa Clara County.
Okay, and you've used those calculations as well?
Right, that's the 40-50 calculation, 40% minus 50% calculation that I was talking about for temporary spousal support, and a much more complicated one for child support, and we use computer programs to do those.
And is it true that for a time period there was no taxes on alimony?
Up until 2018, the end of 2017, there was no tax on federal or state alimony. And,
So, I'm sorry.
And then,
I'm sorry, she is.
and then, as of 2018, there is no more. Now it's non-deductible, non-taxable for federal purposes, but still taxable, deductible for California purposes. Just spousal support.
So at the time of Mr. Sementilli's death in January of 2017, child support was, alimony was not taxable. Is that correct?
In 2017, it was taxable, deductible.
No. Okay. So deductible from your tax returns,
That's correct.
which would increase the amount that you would keep yourself, obviously.
Right. When it's taxable, deductible, there's an amount that benefits both parties, actually.
And isn't there a presumption in California or a guideline where if you have been married more than 10 years, your marriage is considered to be a lengthy marriage?
They refer to it as a long-term marriage.
And this marriage was 20 years, correct?
That's correct, about 20 years.
So that would be a factor as well in determining how long the alimony would be and what the amount would be, correct?
Not the amount, well, maybe a little bit to the amount, but the length, yes.
The longer the marriage, the longer the alimony. Is that a fair statement?
It's one of the factors.
Did you consider the 20-year factor here when you talked about spousal support for 3 to 5 years, I believe?
I did.
And you thought that was correct for a 20-year marriage, that 3 to 5 years was the appropriate time to use in figuring out what the benefit of divorce would be for Mrs. Sementilli?
Based on all the factors together, I used 5 total years.
Okay. Now, what about the lifestyle? You mentioned lifestyle. What about the lifestyle of the parties? Did that at all affect, or is that considered in determining the amount of alimony?
It is.
And could you explain briefly how that works?
Typically, we refer to it as the marital standard of living. And if the parties had a very nice lifestyle, and we try to calculate some kind of rough number that or really exact number that represents that lifestyle. And then if one party or the payor, someone paying the support to the other, happens to be able to support both households at that amount, they pay up to that amount. Essentially, it creates a little bit of a ceiling so that if by chance they made some extraordinary amount, they would only pay up to that marital standard of living. In most divorces, the parties can't afford to pay both two lifestyles when they separate into two homes. But it is a factor if it can be done.
Did you consider that factor at all in this case involving Mr. Sementilli and Mrs. Sementilli?
I did.
And how did you factor that in, if you can tell us?
Well, I considered the fact that I did look at their lifestyle. I understood that Ms. Sementilli was not employed. She wasn't working a full-time job outside the home. I understood that she had a personal trainer, that she was going to this. She had a club membership. That it seemed like she had a very nice lifestyle. So I looked at whether it was appropriate to do a marital standard of living analysis. In other words, look at the total amount that would include their savings, spending, compensation, essentially try to understand their lifestyle. But the amount that came up as support was not high enough that it seemed like it was going to meet the marital standard of living. So,
what about vacations, clothes, cars? Is that included in lifestyle?
Well, it is included in lifestyle, but typically a long-term marriage includes not just what you're spending, which is the vacations, the cars, all those things, but it's everything you save and it's everything you invest, right? So what we do is we look at the total of your tax returns, net of your taxes, and that's your pot of money, right? That's everything you have to spend, and you divide that by 2. So that captures everything. These parties also had credit card debt. Credit card debt, typically courts don't like to say we're going to also include credit card debt in your marital standard of living. So again, we're back to tax returns. And
so did you consider, did you make any adjustments in your figures that you've talked about today for the lifestyle of the Sementillis in their 20-year marriage?
no, because income has to be the cap, right? You can't ask one party to live in poverty so that the other person can have their full marital standard of living.
Now, what about increases in salary? What if Mr. Sementilli's salary kept increasing year by year from over $200,000? Did you say it was at the time that you of his death? Is that right?
I object to this cumulative.
I allow this part.
That's a total compensation package.
Right. And did you consider how much the alimony might be if his salary continued to increase?
I did not,
Why not?
because I also did not consider what the offset would be if Monica became fully employed.
I see. So her employment, if she became fully employed, which she wasn't, might offset the increase in salary that Mr. Sementilli might obtain through the years beyond the years we're talking about, which is when he was 55. Is that right? In other words, he had many more years, hopefully, of work at the company, and his salary was increasing each year. Did you consider any of that?
Question asked and
Yeah,
answered.
sustain.
All right. If you would look at, you've got the chart in front of you, Exhibit 120. 126. Thank you. One of the largest figures on that chart appears to be the P&G stock options on line 16, I believe it is. Is that right?
That's right.
And you've got a figure there of $935,000, right?
That's right.
And if in divorce, they would split that up about 50-50, is that right?
They would split up the community property portion 50-50.
Okay, but upon his death without a will, she would get all of it, $935,000. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, was your calculation, divorce versus death, designed to determine the financial realities that were in place at the time that Mr. Sementilli was murdered?
Yes, it assumes the murder or the death, and then the date of separation is, we assumed, was the same date for purposes of the divorce calculation.
Okay, so you were trying to figure out, was he worth more dead than alive, to put it bluntly. Is that correct?
I was trying to figure out if he was worth more dead than alive to Monica.
On the date of his death, correct?
Not necessarily, because in California we value assets as of the date of trial. So to the extent that assets were increasing or changing value, like the house, for example, or the stock or 401k, as those things are changing in value, and once they are actually divided or sold or whatnot, when that happens, then that value is used.
And that's the divorce scenario you're talking about.
Well, divorce
Right?
or in some cases, if at death it wasn't sold or provided until after the fact.
Okay, but in divorce, as the value of the home increases, that's considered by the court. The value of stock, his salary, all that could play out during divorce proceedings, correct?
No, well, you're including salary and other things. So salary, no. After separation, your salary is yours. Stock that is vesting is separate property. When I say yours, that's separate property. Stock options that you earn are yours. Stock options that you own, or an investment account that you own, or an asset that you own that is increasing in value that you have nothing to do with, right? You're not doing anything to increase that value. That remains community property, and that is divided at whatever time the dissolution actually occurs. So it could be, for example, I used 2 years for temporary support. It could be 2 years later.
But I'm talking about in this case where Mr. Sementilli was murdered, and he died in 2017, January 23rd. All right, you figured the value of, under the death calculation, the value of those assets that are up on the board. That's Exhibit 126 at the time of his death. Correct?
They're not necessarily at the time of his death, just like the date of separation values are not necessarily on that date.
Well, when you say separation, this isn't the case, obviously, where husband and wife separate and then they decide whether they're going to stay together and so forth and so on, and whatever the rules are for that. This is a case where Mr. Sementilli died, correct? He was murdered.
That's correct.
All right. So on that date, your determination was, what was he worth to Mrs. Sementilli on the date of his death versus had they gotten a divorce. Is that a fair statement?
That's not correct.
Why not?
because this is, my first assumption is that the date of the murder is also the date of separation. The date of separation is the date at which we start dividing. So that's the date when his salary started to become his own. So he received salary for 6 months after that. He receives vesting of his stock. For example, line 16, where you're talking about the largest item, $140,000 of vesting occurred and became his separate property under the divorce scenario because the date of separation is back in January of 2017, but our value and our division that we're doing is after that. So the date of separation is not the date of, let's say, trial. It's not the date that we're actually dividing things.
Okay, but the date of death, assuming that Mrs. Sementilli was not found responsible for this, she would be able to cash in on those stock options on that date, exercise them if she wanted to, correct?
No, she couldn't, because the company's not going to walk in that day with a check. All of these things take time.
Okay, so can you explain what a stock option is then?
A stock option is an equity award.
Okay.
Typically, companies will tell you, I'm going to give you, make it easy, 100 shares of stock in the company you work for, and I'm going to give it to you at $10 a share, but you don't have to pay for it now. And then it's going to vest over, let's say, 4 years. So in a year, the stock is actually at $15. It's good stock. So you're able to buy that stock for the $15, but really you're only paying the $10, but it's within that price, right? So you get $5. You're basically getting the benefit of the $5 per share.
So if the stock goes up, then you make money. If the stock goes down, you would not make any money.
Right. It would be worthless.
Worthless.
There
But
are
since they gave it to you, you wouldn't lose anything.
Again, Your Honor, could you just finish her answer?
Did you finish?
There are also equity-aligned cash bonus plans where a company will just issue what they call phantom stock, and they just issue you X number of shares. They're not really shares. They essentially, you receive, those are grants. They just issue you either the actual shares or just an amount that aligns with shares, and you get that value vested over a certain number of years.
All right. What was it in this case?
Stock options.
Okay. So, do you know when the options on line 16 that we're talking about were given to Mr. Sementilli?
I'd have to look at the supporting documents for the date.
Could you do that?
There were 3 tranches issued to Mr. Sementilli in February of 2014, 15, and 16.
Okay, and how long did he have to wait, assuming he wanted to exercise those options, how long would he have to wait before they vested? In other words, assuming the stock went up and he wanted to cash in 2-3 years later, could he do that?
We used a 3-year period, the minimum.
Okay. So in this case, the options that were issued in 2014 would have vested by that calculation in 2017. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So in 2017, at the time of his death, those options could have been cashed in, correct?
That's correct.
And do you know what the value of those options were? That is what he would have made, what profit he would have made on those options had they been cashed in as of January 2017?
I don't know if we did that calculation.
And that would be based on what the stock was on that date, correct?
That's correct.
And the same with the other two options that were received in 2015 and 16.
The portion that vested.
The portion that vested. Some of those two would vest as well, would have vested by 2017. Is that right?
The portion that was issued and had vested.
Okay. So, assuming upon his death in January or February, March, April, May, into June, if Mrs. Sementilli wanted to cash in those options, she could have done so, correct? At least some of them?
Assuming she could have gotten access to them at that point.
Well, how do you get access to options that have been provided to you by the company you work for?
In the death scenario, I suppose.
No, assuming Mr. Sementilli lived, at some point, was he not informed that he was being provided options of stock in Procter & Gamble?
If you're talking about a divorce scenario, he couldn't act.
I'm not talking about divorce scenario. I'm talking about when the options were issued. You said 2014, 15, and 16. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sementilli was alive during those years, correct?
Are you saying Mr. Sementilli?
Mr. Yes.
So you're talking about what Mr. Sementilli would receive?
Yes.
All right.
I'll start with that. Mr. Sementilli would have been informed that he was being given options in 2014, 15, and 16, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And assuming Mrs. Sementilli knew about those options, upon his death or within the next few months, she could have cashed in some or all of those options, correct?
I'm going to check that with proper speculation.
If she could access them from the company, I assume she could have.
Okay, and one way of accessing them would have been if the company had informed her, sat down with her, and told her these are all the financial realities of your husband at the time of his death. This is his pension plan, these are the options, this is vacation accrued, so forth. Assuming they provided her with all that information, they could have provided her with knowledge of the options as well, correct? This was now her separate property, right?
I have no idea what the company's obligations were.
Okay, but this became her property according to your calculation under the category of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you put a figure up there of $935,814, correct?
That's correct.
So if Mrs. Sementilli, upon the death of her husband, had cashed into those options because she was aware of them, she would have gotten $935,000 all to herself because there was no will? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Well, do you know the price of Procter & Gamble at the time of January 20th, 2017?
Not off the top of my head.
How did you get to this figure of $935,000?
That is the value as of February 2024.
Okay, and how would you calculate the value as of February 2024? How'd you get to that figure?
The number of shares times the share price.
The share price in 2024.
That's correct.
But do you know the share price in 2017 at the time of Mr. Sementilli's death?
I do not.
Well, wouldn't that be the amount of money that Mrs. Sementilli received at the time of his death if she received those options? Whatever the value of the stock was at that time?
The calculation, I understand what you're asking. The amount that she would have, I did not calculate that.
But that is the amount, whatever that amount is the amount that she could have obtained from those options had she exercised them at the time of his death or within a few months of that.
I don't know what the company's obligations were, but I did not calculate that amount.
You don't know that the company's obligations were to pay the amount due of when someone exercised those options based on the price of the stock at the time the option was exercised?
Well, that assumes facts, not an evidence.
Sustained.
So, again, when you decided to decide or when you made your calculations on the death versus divorce chart and valued those options, you valued them at the amount of the stock, Procter & Gamble, at the time you valued them in 2024. Is that right?
That's correct.
And was that the time that the estate, which was one of the trustees was Mr. Rubin, is that the time that the estate exercised the options, if you know?
Yes, I believe so.
So they exercised them in 2024, right?
Yes.
And that's where you got that figure of $935,000. Is that right?
Yes.
What if I told you that the value of those options on January 20th, 2017 was $74,730? Would that sound right to you?
I do not know.
But again, that's an easy calculation by multiplying the number of shares that you were given times the price of the stock, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because, again, it assumes facts, not an evidence, based on the fact that the shares were exercised in February 2024.
Well, apparently what everybody is missing, what they wouldn't have stated, and this is on way of sustaining your objection, is we don't know when any option vested at any particular time, and that's why the objection is sustained.
Do you know when the options vested? That is the first time, vested means the first time you could exercise them, correct?
That's correct. And we assumed that they vested over 3 years. And at the point where Mr. Sementilli passed, they are assumed to vest no matter what. In other words, he can't be fired and he can't quit. So it's only the passage of time that allows them to vest. So 100% of the options will vest. It just will require time.
And would they have vested as of the time of his death? Is that what you're saying?
No, but they will vest. So they have value over the vesting period.
And do you know, you don't know what that exact period was when they vested?
I assumed it was 3 years, which is the shortest possible vesting period.
So some of the shares would have vested by 2017, is that
Okay,
correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Cumulative.
This is not a rule.
According to your formula, some of the shares would have vested by 2017, the ones that were issued in 2014, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't know for sure when any of these shares were able to be exercised by Mr. Sementilli or Mrs. Sementilli after his death.
I said I've used a 3-year estimate.
But again, the figure you used on your calculations was not until the estate exercise the options in 2024. Is that right?
And that is cumulative.
And with that, we're going to take our lunch and recess. We'll be in recess until 1:30. The admonition applies. Not discuss this case either among yourselves or if anyone else in form expressing any opinions of the cause can I submit it to you. Have a good lunch. Fabio Sementilli, defendant is present, all counsel present, jury, and alters are present. Good afternoon. Ms. Everett-Walker, you're still on oath, and the defense may continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Evans-Bacher.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
One of the items on the chart that you prepared is the first item where it says cash, and then the second item under cash is LGI consulting accounts. You see that?
Yes.
And the figures you put down there under estate and divorce were solely based on the amount of money, excuse me, in that account, correct?
That's correct.
Did you determine, well, first of all, do you know what LGI stands for?
I don't.
Would it refresh your memory? Luigi, Jessica, and Isabella, the 3 children of Fabio?
That sounds correct.
Okay. And it says consulting account. Did you know what that company did?
It was for consulting income. I know that it received income from the app, and it also received other income in 15 and 16, the years of tax returns that I had.
When you say the app, what do you mean the app?
The funds that were received from the
Scissor Boy?
Scissor Boy, that's the name of it. The minimal income that came from that was deposited in that account.
Did you investigate as to what Scissor Boy meant or what it did?
I just understood it to be an app.
An app that was created by Fabio or someone else, did you know?
It was created by Fabio and one other person, and I understood there to be a dispute after Fabio's death. That person, I understood, told Monica one thing.
Okay, but in any event, whatever this company did for the amount of money that it was in the account, did you know if there was a contract between LGI and Wella or Cody or Procter & Gamble that was paying money to LGI?
Objection irrelevant.
Well, do you know the source of the money that was in LGI consulting accounts?
I understood it to be consulting income.
Okay, but that's all you knew about it?
No, I was dividing the cash. I wasn't valuing a business.
Well, you were dividing it in half, but this was supposed to be an account, a chart that compared divorce with death. Is that right?
Correct. So I'm dividing the asset.
And you assumed that once Fabio died, there would be no further income coming into that account?
I did not. I'm simply dividing the cash here.
Okay, but if in fact that was some kind of app or company or whatever that was generating income as a result of Fabio, then there would be a difference between his death and getting a divorce. Is that right?
As it relates to the app, we talked about that a little bit earlier, and I disregarded the settlement amount of $25,000 because I didn't know what the offset might be for any community income, but it seems an asset that is settled for $25,000 likely wasn't worth much.
Okay, when you say settled, in other words, the company that was Scissor Boy settled with the estate for $25,000 to cover any future income that might have been coming their way otherwise.
I'm going to object. That calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you determine what the $25,000 was for?
As I said, I disregarded both sides of that transaction.
But $25,000 was paid into the estate. Is that right?
Yes, and I disregarded it.
Well, but it was money that went to the estate, either to Monica or Fabio's heirs. It went to somebody, right?
I understood it to go to Monica, but I did not include it in the 1.5 million.
Okay. Now, did you know whether, well, let me ask you this. If you had investigated and determined that there was additional money that would have come into LGI had Fabio lived, you would have included that in the divorce side of the chart, correct?
Calls for speculation and assumes facts not in evidence.
So I'll leave it with this. Then you had no idea whether or not money would have continued to come into LGI or not as a result of Fabio's death or anything else. You had no idea. Fair statement?
That's not correct.
Okay. Why is it not correct?
That account is a DBA for Monica Sementilli.
Okay.
And so I assumed that Monica would be the one operating that account, operating that business, although I attributed no value to the business and did not equalize it, in essence, having her repay that.
But in looking at the income tax, it was income tax that was included in their joint income tax return, right?
It's community income.
Okay, so it wasn't just for hers. Fabio and her paid jointly income tax on whatever came into that account, correct?
Again, objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. Did you attempt at all to discuss Scissor Boy with Mr. Rubin?
I did not discuss Scissor Boy with Mr. Rubin.
Or this person, Grant, you said was in charge of Scissor Boy? Is that what you said? Some person?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence and misstates the evidence.
I did not discuss Grant with Mr. Rubin.
Okay. So the extent, again, of your consideration of LGI was just what was in the account at the time of Fabio's death. Is that right?
That's incorrect.
You disregarded the $25,000.
That's one of the things.
Okay. Didn't you put those figures up there under LGI?
Yes, but this is a division of assets.
Okay.
On the income side, in terms of what would then after this come in, I assumed those monies would go to Monica.
But you assumed that without any further investigation as to whether or not that was true or not.
I assumed that based on the fact that the DBA is for Monica Sementilli.
Understood. But as far as what the source was of that income, or how it got there, or whether it would continue or not, you didn't conduct any investigation into that, did you?
Fabio had a full-time job. Monica did not. I assumed that the consulting income was hers.
And again, that was your assumption, correct?
That's correct.
And that's why you put it up there in your chart, right?
No, that's not correct.
All right. Correct me.
This is a division of the asset.
Right.
This is just dividing just the cash asset. So whatever was in that account being divided if there's a death versus if there's a divorce. It has nothing to do with what happens after the date it's divided. So on any of these, none of it matters what happens after the fact. The investment accounts, the cash accounts, nothing matters after the day it's divided.
Including your calculations of divorce. You had no idea of knowing whether divorce would involve litigation, or how long it would take, or if the house would increase in value or not, anything of that nature. You couldn't figure out. You were limited to that one date of his death, right?
Well, I can break down two of those. I did not consider attorney's fees and what that would cost in the divorce. And I used the value of the house when it was sold for the death, and I used that same value for the divorce as the buyout date.
Okay. And you also included in under the benefits to Monica under death that 6 months of salary that his company paid after he died, correct?
That's correct.
And you included health and eye insurance, all the health care insurance as well, correct? That they paid for.
That's correct.
And the car forgiveness of the loan, is that right?
No.
Okay, let me skip that. The vacation pay.
I included that in the death benefits.
And in the pension as well, correct?
I included the pension in the death benefits.
All right, let me start with the salary. You had no information that Monica, at the time of Fabio's death, knew that Cody was going to pay 6 months' salary to her after his death, correct?
That's correct. I did not know. I don't know that Monica knew that that would be paid.
But because it was paid, you included it in the death benefits,
That's correct.
as well as all the insurance, is that right?
The insurance payments may have been discussed, but I don't have a document that shows that.
When you say the car, there was a car forgiveness, what do you mean by that?
The company forgave the car, but there's no attribution of any value under death or divorce in the schedule.
What do you mean forgave the car?
There was a car note, a $9,000 car note.
That the company had put up?
Yes.
Okay.
And there's zero value under death and divorce attributed in the schedule.
And again, you didn't know whether Monica Sementilli knew there was going to be a car forgiveness or not?
Correct, and it's zero
Okay.
here.
And the same would apply to the vacation pay. You had no way of knowing if she was aware they were going to pay his vacation pay as a result of his death.
Well, I think that's pretty common knowledge that those things get paid out when you leave a job, or I assume when you pass away.
Okay, so you made several assumptions in this case, as you had to, based on what you were asked to do. Is that correct?
Well, I made assumptions on certain things, yes.
Okay. Was there tax? Were those benefits taxable? In other words, the increased salary, any health care, pension, vacation, was that taxable?
Anything that was taxable, I included the net amount after tax.
Okay, so that was taken off your figures up there. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, when it came to the house calculations, you used just the amount of the sale, not considering whether the house would go up in value or not, if there were divorce proceedings during the course of divorce proceedings and so forth. Is that right?
I assumed that the buyout would have occurred at the same time as the sale. That's correct.
Now, I believe on your chart, you indicated under the house that as community property, each side would, Monica and the estate of Fabio would have been entitled to 50% of the net proceeds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But then under death, you indicated that Monica would receive all of the proceeds of the sale, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know whether or not the house in fact was sold?
Yes.
Okay, and that's where you got your figures from, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how much of that Monica received?
I believe she received half of it.
And the other half went to Fabio's estate, is that correct?
Yes.
So even though there was a death, obviously, the killing of Fabio, the money, the value of the house, net proceeds were split between the two sides, correct?
Yes.
You know why? If she was entitled to 100% of the benefit?
That assumes facts, not in evidence, and also misstates the evidence.
That's overruled.
I believe that my understanding is that if she's found not guilty, she will receive the balance of the estate.
So it's your understanding that she was given half of it before the results of any trial or any proceeding, and then would have to give it back if she were convicted? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that I was told that she will receive the balance of the estate, so the other half, if if she's found not guilty.
Well, but do you know why she was given half to begin with when that determination had not yet been made?
I don't.
Who gave you the information regarding this issue involving the house and half and then giving half back if she's convicted and so forth?
Again,
There's no evidence of
that's
that.
not evidence.
Excuse me. There's no evidence of that.
Can you tell us, was that sustained, did you say?
I said there's no evidence of that.
Oh. Did you have a source of information concerning what happened to the house to include in your chart?
When you say what happened to the house, which
No, how did you get the information to put up those figures involving the house, the sale, what the costs were, what the mortgage was, net proceeds, so forth?
I have a document.
And the document was prepared by who?
I would have to look. I think it's some kind of escrow document, but I would have to look to know for sure.
You don't know the source of that?
Not off the top of my head, but I have a document.
And was that from the escrow company or the estate? I'm sorry, can you find that document and answer that question if you
Yes.
can? If it's handy.
It is from the escrow company.
But where did you get the information concerning that Monica would have to give back 50% of the money that she got from the proceeds of the sale?
So there's no evidence of that at all. You're the only one saying that.
Well, the witness just said it
She
as...
did not say that if there was a conviction, the defendant would have to give back half. She didn't say that. She said if there was an acquittal, the defendant would get the other half.
Okay. And since the judge is the one who said that, I assume that's what your understanding was. Is that correct? What the judge just said?
Yes. My understanding is that if she's acquitted, she will receive the other half.
But no understanding as to what would happen if she was convicted.
No, I have no understanding.
And no understanding as to why, before the results of any legal proceedings, she got 50% and 50%, it was divided that way. You don't know why.
I do not.
You just took the figures as they were. Is that right?
I'm calculating the amounts that are due under both scenarios, not what she received or what she hasn't received so far. This has nothing to do with the amounts and how they've been distributed thus far. This is just the total amount due.
Okay. And again, looking at your chart up there, based on the difference that you have on the right side, which is the difference between death and divorce that Monica would have received, again, you made no effort to determine anything about the stock options, when they were due, when they weren't due, and so forth. Correct?
That's not correct.
Well, you certainly didn't know that you certainly used the figure of 2024 as the amount that Monica would receive in death without ever knowing whether or not the options were worth that, for instance, back in 2017, 18, 19, 20, or any of those years before 2024. You didn't know those figures, did you?
That's correct.
So you just assumed what the price was in 2024 is what she would have received, would have been her benefit due to the death of Fabio Sementilli, correct?
That's correct.
Now, I take it you were given two choices in your assignment. That is, what the financial realities would be or were as a result of his death, and what they would have been, based on your calculation, since it didn't occur, if there had been a divorce, right?
Correct. I was to compare those two scenarios.
Okay. And the amounts that you included as a result of death were based on figures that you had before you, for the most part, correct?
Correct. Documentation, and to the extent we had or could get documentation. So there are figures, like I testified earlier, There are figures that are not included because I could not get documentation.
Okay. And as far as the divorce, since no divorce ever occurred, that was based on your speculation after investigation and research and what you thought were the proper figures, correct?
I would not characterize it as speculation.
All right, well, how would you characterize it?
Well, I think what is reflected here on the divorce side is my experience. This is what we do in characterizing assets and dividing them in family law. I excluded the things that I believe were based on speculation. We talked a little bit about them, but I didn't include the things that I believed were speculative.
But you have to agree that things such as alimony and so forth are very subjective figures. Is that correct?
Correct. That's why it's not on here.
Not even included at all in there, in that chart.
Correct, but Ms.
Silverman?
Silverman and I discussed it so that it was at least the jury is at least aware of the amounts, at least in a general sense. But it is not included on here.
Was that your decision or Ms. Silverman's or what?
That was my decision.
Not to include alimony as to one of the benefits of a divorce.
Not to include it on the schedule and to discuss it so that the information was provided, but to be very clear about what we know and what is an assumption or what is speculation.
Fair enough. Now, have you ever been asked before in the course of your employment and your job to do a death versus divorce assessment?
Objection irrelevant.
I have not.
So this is the first time you have been asked to assess and come up with figures in a death versus divorce scenario, correct?
I have never put them on a schedule and compared them. That's correct.
Okay. But you were not given any other options other than death or divorce, correct?
Well,
in your calculation.
I was asked to compare the financial benefit, whether there was a financial benefit of between divorce and a murder or a death. And so I came up with quantifying the amounts received if there's a death versus what we would do in a community property balance sheet in a family law matter. So I wouldn't characterize it as I was given a choice to do this. This was the analysis that I came up with based on the instructions that I was given. This is what we're looking for. This is what we want to understand. And so in order to understand that, this is the analysis that I did.
You want to understand if there was any motive for her to kill her husband to get benefits that she wouldn't have gotten as part of a divorce, right? That was the end question you were being asked, correct?
Well, I think the question was any benefit. I don't think motive was the initial question.
So let me ask you this. There was a third option for Monica Sementilli, wasn't there?
I imagine there were lots of options for...
Well, I'm talking about staying married.
Sure.
So were you asked at all to consider what the financial reality would be had she simply stayed married to Fabio Sementilli?
I was not.
And you understand, had she done so, then she would be getting entitled to half of his salary, whatever increases there were, correct? While they were married?
They would have joint income. Everything would be as it had been.
Right. And the health benefits would have been the same. Vacation pay, trips, lifestyle, all those things would have remained the same as far as you know had she stayed married. Is that right?
As far as I know, I didn't do that analysis.
And the house, in all likelihood, would have increased in value, correct, as far as you know?
Between,
Object, Your Honor, it's irrelevant.
Actually, would call for speculation. Just down
And, thank you, Your Honor. And certainly the options may very well have continued to increase if they had stayed married, correct?
yes.
So isn't it true that, first of all, Mr. Rubin from the estate had told you, when you were inquiring about the facts of this case, that in his opinion, Fabio Sementilli was worth much more alive than dead? Isn't that right?
Object, that assumes facts, not evidence.
We call for hearsay. Stay on that.
Okay.
And in fact, based on your investigation and so forth, the reality is that things would have been far better financially for Monica Sementilli had she simply stayed married to Fabio Sementilli with no divorce and no murder. Is that a fair statement?
There's no way to answer that question.
You can't answer that question?
Well, there's a lot of moving parts.
Well, there's a lot of moving parts in all of your testimony. Agreed?
No.
But that, you're not willing to answer that question.
Well, most people would say you're better off to stay married. I don't know what would have happened.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Any other
Briefly.
You made a point when you were asked on cross-examination with respect to tax returns, the defendant's tax returns for 2016 and 2017. You emphasized what the defendant had reported in terms of income. What's the point that you're trying to make in terms of reported income?
Objection, that's all right.
Sustained.
When you said you were asked about the defendant's tax returns and what she had reported for income. What's the issue with respect to what's reported as income versus what actually may be income?
The amounts that are reported on their tax returns reflect business expenses that, in my experience, require a little more due diligence, require some analysis. For example, they deducted $11,000 in 2015 for rent expense and $12,300 in 2016 for rent expense. And in my experience, when you have a Schedule C consulting business, that's probably some house expenses from home.
I'm going to object. This is all speculation.
I don't allow this.
So it's what you're basically saying is that just because you report something as income doesn't mean, and use it as a deduction, doesn't necessarily mean it's a true business deduction.
Right. All I'm saying is that I used in my calculations just the reported amounts, and there's clearly some additional analysis that would really have to be done if we were really doing an income available for support analysis and the real support calculations. I took everything that was reported as expenses at face value.
Regardless of whether or not they appeared to be accurate or not.
That's correct.
All right. And when you take certain perks, do they get added back in some manner as expenses that increase income?
Yes. Yes. And when we do that, when accountants do that, forensic accountants do that, typically it has a heavier effect on.
I'm going to object, Ron. This is all speculation, no foundation.
I don't allow this.
It has a greater effect on support calculations because it gets added back as non-taxable income because they're not paying taxes on it. And so whenever a perquisite is perk or personal expense is added back like that, it has a bigger effect on support.
It lowers the amount of support, correct?
It lowers the amount being received if the person receiving it is the one who is receiving, or it has the perk. If it's the other way around, then it increases support.
Okay. And you also were asked on cross-examination about using a formula, and you said, no, it's a presumption, and then you also mentioned Gavron warnings. What is a Gavron warning?
Sorry about that. Gavron refers to a case. A lot of family law uses references to case law, and Gavron was a case back in the late 1980s. A lot of old case law in family law. Back in the 1980s, where it was a 25-year marriage, but the court had indicated that the spouse should go out and look for work because a long-term marriage is not a, I believe the quote was something like, is not tantamount to Social Security. And just that California essentially has a goal that people should be self-supporting. And so whenever we hear Gavron warning, that's someone who is the supported spouse being asked to go out and try and get work, look for work. So they're not being imputed income. The court isn't saying, I'm going to give income, I'm going to pretend you were receiving income, which lowers your support. But the court is saying you should start looking for work, because if you don't, then you could be imputed income, which means that essentially the court says, I'm going to pretend you make $40,000 a year or some amount when I'm doing the calculation, even though you don't. So, and that could happen, down the road.
So when you said that it would, in your opinion, your expert opinion, it'd be highly unlikely that the defendant would receive alimony for life based on Gavron, that was, again, why you used this 3 to 5 year term that you expected based on the factors of this particular case that it might be awarded.
I think that's mixing up a few things.
Okay.
Some things that I said. I wasn't saying it's based on Gavron. I'm saying that I would expect that someone who's 44 and in great or good health, who had a consulting business, who I would expect the court would likely make a Gavron warning and expect that a vocational rehab would be done. They would try to expect that she would either go back to school or do something that would make her self-supporting at some point, rather than I couldn't imagine that it would be lifetime support, but I used 5 years because it seemed to be just what I would expect. I mean, 5 years would be enough time to go back to school or find a different training, something. Just at 44, that's what I would expect.
Well, if you were also told that the defendant used to do manicures, makeup, run a salon, going back to school might not be necessary, but it might also factor into a court's decision in terms of the length of spousal support, correct?
Correct, and it may actually, the court may extend the first part of support at a higher amount so that she could build up clientele or something like that.
The temporary support versus the permanent that you talked about earlier?
Correct.
All right. And you were asked questions about, well, what if, in this case, Fabio Sementilli continued to receive salary increases? To the contrary point, what if Fabio Sementilli decided that, he was going to take a step back, move his family back to Canada, and take a job with a company that was maybe a couple steps down in income level from where he was at? Would that also impact the amount of support?
Objection, call for speculation, Your Honor.
It's for the expert opinion. You may answer.
It would affect support. It would decrease support if his income went down, as long as the court did not believe that he was doing it to decrease support.
And you were asked whether or not you were an attorney, and you've told us that you're a forensic accountant. You're hired by lawyers to do these sorts of calculations, correct?
That's correct.
That's your entire career, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
For courts in these situations.
That's correct.
With respect to what counsel was asking you about, I think it's on line 16, the P&G stock options, that's based on when the estate of Fabio chose or exercised those vested stock options. That was the value, correct?
Objection, call for conclusion on foundation.
So we'll rule on that ground.
That's correct.
Based on hearsay, Your Honor, argumentative.
It's leading, but I'm not going to do it for you, counsel.
And in terms of stock options, are those generally issued by companies such as P&G as awarded as compensation in the belief that the value of the company will continue to increase?
Leading, Your Honor.
Sustain?
What's the point of stock options being issued by a company
Objection.
as a
no
forensic accountant?
No foundation
Sustain?
speculation.
Do you deal with stock options in various estates that you are asked to analyze on a regular basis?
I do.
And what is the point of a company issuing stock options?
They are a form of compensation issued to employees to effectively give employees skin in the game. As the value of the stock goes up, so goes the value of the whole company. And so typically stock options are issued, they're issued at the current stock price. So if the value goes up over the next 12 months, then the employees share in that increase in value.
And that would be, it's up to the individual who holds the stock options, whether it be the earner or upon death, the person who inherits those stock options, to determine when to exercise options after they vest, correct?
That's correct. They make that decision.
And that would be, as you were asked about before, speculation as to all the different factors that might go into such a decision.
That's correct.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Levine.
Just briefly, Your Honor. As far as the calculation of women working and so forth, I'm not trying to be be sexist, but I guess what you're saying is if a woman gets divorced, there's no reason why she shouldn't go out there and get a job and try to support herself to the best of her ability, correct?
Either the woman or the man, whoever's being supported.
But you're not trying to say that in any way is it likely that she could earn the living that Fabio Sementilli was earning at his job.
Well, I think that would call for speculation.
It's the same.
And in terms of calculations of alimony and so forth, most of it's based on what the salary is of the male, if it's a divorce involving Fabio Sementilli, his salary, potential for increase and so forth. That's a key factor in determining what the alimony will be. Isn't that right?
That is a key factor.
But you can consider if she was bringing home $40,000 a year, you can take that into account if you're a judge or jury in a divorce case and figuring out what proper alimony figure would be, right?
You must consider her whatever compensation she receives, and there are no juries in family law.
Oh, excuse me, I haven't been in family law,
It's
thankfully.
okay.
This idea of Fabio moving back to Canada and taking a lesser job and so forth, you have no information that that was his intent, do you?
I don't.
All you knew from your investigation was that he was a rising star at the company, correct?
I don't know that either.
Well, do you know whether his income had been rising steadily with the company?
I know that it went up from 1 year, in 2 years, 16 to 17. I don't have historical information beyond that.
How much did it go up?
I believe it was about $20,000 in total package.
And the total figure then at that time was what?
Approximately $286,000, if I remember correctly.
Do you have any reason to believe that it would not continue to go up if he stayed?
This has all been asked.
I'm going to ask you to wait until the question is done. Finish your question, sir.
Do you have any reason to believe that that figure would not continue to increase had he remained with the company? Finally, if I can ask you this again. The scissor boy figure. You're talking about whether or not the figures on regarding scissor boy and the accounting figure was taking deductions and so forth were proper deductions or not. Is that right? That you're looking? That's what you were not sure of, whether the deductions and so forth, office deductions, working at home, whatever they were correct or not. Is that a fair statement?
No, that's not correct.
What is correct?
Those deductions were not related to Scissor Boy.
It's LGI.
Correct.
Okay. Did you have any information that there was any other source of income for LGI other than Scissor Boy?
Yes.
What?
Well, the tax returns reflect gross income, I believe, over 80. Well, I better look because I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay.
It's in excess of $50,000, I think, in both years that I have.
Okay, I'll accept that. Do you know the source of that income, what it was for? Was it from Scissor Boy, or do you know?
My understanding is part of it was from Scissor Boy, not all of it.
Did you look into whether or not there was a contract between Scissor Boy and Cody for a yearly payment for an app or anything else that Fabio Sementilli was involved with?
Objection of relevance.
I'm sorry, you're looking at something. If that's fine, did you find what you were looking for?
No, I was going to answer your earlier question, but
Would
I
you?
don't. $63,000 in 2015 and $54,886 in 2016.
And
Gross.
those are the amounts that went into LGI.
Gross income.
And that was a joint tax return signed by both Fabio Sementilli and Monica Sementilli, correct?
Yes, they filed jointly.
And that would mean they're both responsible for the figures and information contained in the return, correct?
Objection irrelevant.
So ruled.
They both sign it under penalty of perjury.
Thank you. And then again, one last question.
You're going to say again, you stir me.
One last question, I think. Through all your years of working in this field of forensic accounting and so forth, this is the first time you've been asked to create a chart such as this involving death versus divorce. Is that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Yes, sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything from other people?
Just one question. You've never testified in a murder case like this before, correct? With
That is-
financial gain as a motive?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you.
Anything from other things? Is there anything further?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Thank you.
We can have Ms. Sementilli back on the stand, please.
Yes.
Council table?
No, thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Sementilli, please retake the stand. You're still under oath.
Big Eagles.
And the people may continue with their direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
When we broke off last Friday, I believe we were talking about the 1 month mass for Fabio and a conversation you had with the defendant and Marco in your garage back in February of 2017, correct?
Yes.
Now, in April of 2017, at some point in time, did the defendant come again to Toronto?
Yes.
And did you see her again during this trip?
Yes.
And was there more conversations with her about money and collecting Fabio's life insurance?
Yes, we were together for Easter. I believe it was around the Easter time at my sister Laurie's house, and that's all we talked about was how the family was doing financially, and yes, she was still struggling with finances.
Okay. And did you also go out for dinner with her?
Yes.
Joanna, what's the people's next in order? Is it 107?
Be 127.
127. Thank you. I have a photograph dated April 13th, 2017. May it be marked as people's 127.
What does it contain?
I'm sorry?
What does it contain?
4 individuals, including the defendant and this witness. Showing you Exhibit 127. Is this a photograph that was taken when the defendant came to Toronto and you had dinner?
Yes, I had done her hair that day, and then we went out. We went out for dinner with her sister sitting to my right, and her cousin sitting next to her.
Now, at some point in May, prior to the memorial that Wella had, where they tented the parking lot, did you come to Los Angeles?
Yes, I did.
And did you have a conversation with the defendant about a potential job offer?
Yes. A family friend of Fabio's, Ernie Valorano, had an idea. My brother had sketched a lot of brush ideas, professional brush styles and shapes. He had also consulted with me a few times about how to.
It actually is non-responsive.
At some point, did the defendant tell you that Ernie Valorano wanted to give her a job in Los Angeles?
Yes, he wanted to start the business and have her, myself, and Grant Larson was on the call, her brother-in-law.
At some point in May as well, while you were in LA, did you go shopping with the defendant for a new home?
Overruled.
Yes, we did. We went to go see a home. She was quite excited about it with a real estate agent and I believe one of the daughters.
And was this home in the LA area because the defendant told you that she planned on staying in Los Angeles?
Yes, she was going to stay in Los Angeles. It was in the LA area.
And what was the price range of that home that you went with the defendant with her real estate agent to?
I think it was listed in the high 800s.
And while you were in town, did you stay at the Sementilli home?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was there a particular time while you were there where Monica went out to buy a new vehicle?
Yes, Isabella was in a car accident and she went one day. She said she was going to go and get a new vehicle for Isabella, and we had a meeting that afternoon.
When you said a meeting, what do you mean a meeting with who?
Some work friends of work colleagues of Fabio were coming to the house to describe an event they wanted to put together for Fabio in July of 2017. So we were going to. Anyway, she.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Sorry.
I must sustain that. We've gone through this.
At some point in time, was the defendant supposed to come back to the house for this meeting?
Yeah.
Overruled.
Yes.
And when she arrived back at the house, did she make any statements about purchasing a new vehicle?
Yes, she did. She had left and got back late, and she had taken a long time. She bought a new vehicle. She came home and she explained what kind of tactics she used to buy this vehicle. But what?
What did she say?
She said that she was tired of being her chaperone. She had to go get her a new car, and she couldn't afford it, but she got it, and she did her best. She told them she was a widow. She told them that she's suffering financially, and her poor daughter needs a car, and she did a really good job at the dealership. And she finally got a good deal.
And were you at the house alone when she came back and said this, or were there other individuals there?
Her daughter, Isabella, was there.
Were there also individuals from Wella there?
Yes, they were outside waiting for a meeting to start.
Did you attend a memorial in Toronto the weekend of May 28th and 29th of 2017 that was put on by Wella for Fabio?
Yes.
And did you attend that event along with Salmo Cherry?
Yes, we did. I did with him.
And did the defendant attend that event?
No.
Did she tell you why she was not going to make that event?
Overruled.
That was the weekend she was going to walk the golf course at Myrtle Beach by herself.
Okay. Did you offer to go with her to Myrtle Beach?
I did.
What was her response when you offered to go with her?
No, it's something I want to do, something Fabio always wanted to do, so I'm going to do it. I want to walk the golf course by myself.
So you did not go with her?
No.
Did the defendant ever talk to you about trips that she was taking to Las Vegas during that year in March and May?
Yes, she did.
Did the defendant tell you who she was going with to Las Vegas in March and May?
Overruled.
To Las Vegas, she said she was going with her friends Sheila and Faye.
Did you offer to come and stay with the girls while she went with her girlfriends to Las Vegas?
Yes.
Overruled.
And who did come down to stay, if anyone, with the girls to your knowledge?
I'm not certain.
Okay. At some point on the evening of June 14th, 2017, did you receive a phone call that advised you about the defendant's arrest?
Yes.
Who made that call to you?
Deborah Obad.
And when Deborah Obad called you to tell you about the defendant's arrest, were you surprised? Did Deborah Obad tell you that the defendant was arrested along with her lover?
Yes, she did. She had mentioned that Monica and her lover were arrested for the murder of Fabio Sementilli, and I remember blacking out and I fainted. I was told.
Did Ms. Obad also tell you that she knew that the defendant had been having an affair for some time?
Objection, relevance, calls for hearsay.
I have nothing further.
Pass my cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Sementilli.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Sementilli, it was not until after Monica was arrested in June of 2017 that you first learned that Monica was having an affair, correct?
Correct.
It was the first time you learned that the man she was having an affair with had been identified through his DNA at the scene of Fabio's killing, correct?
Object, that seems facts not in evidence and calls for
Sustain it this time.
Your understanding from the conversations you had after Monica's arrest, well, first let me ask you this. The conversations you had that formed your understanding of Monica's arrest, why she had been taken into custody, those came from who?
Can you repeat that?
Who did you get your information from where you formed an understanding of why Monica had been arrested?
At the beginning, it was Deborah Obad, and then it started to reflect on some of the things that had happened in the previous 6 months before her arrest, since my brother's death. And then Detective Tellis and Detective Gable. And also I came to about 12 to 14 pretrials here in LA and sat in the audience.
But you, Ms. Sementilli, the first understanding you had came directly from a recorded conversation you had with Detective Parshall. Is that correct?
As well, yes.
You called Detective Parshall. Is that correct?
He called me.
You didn't call him?
I might have called him the week after, but I did speak to Detective Parshall shortly after. He did call me.
And you questioned Detective Parshall as to whether Monica was really involved, correct?
I wanted to be sure she was involved, yes.
Okay. And you didn't know at the time you called him whether she was involved, correct?
I was told she was arrested, and they had done a 6 months investigation on her.
Uh-huh.
So I knew
But-
she was arrested and involved.
According to the police, correct?
Yes, authority.
Okay. And it was in that conversation with Detective Parshall that he refused to share evidence with you, but told you his strong opinions about the case, correct?
I don't recall.
Do you recall having the conversation with Detective Parshall?
Yes, I had a conversation with him.
And in that conversation, do you recall him telling you about his strong opinions about whether Monica was involved or not?
I don't remember them being strong. I remember he was telling me with sympathetic and, very sweetly telling me that they have her and Rob Baker arrested.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a transcript of your call with Detective Parshall?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, please. Would it be fair to say that Detective Parshall told you in your conversation with him also that he couldn't tell you any of the specifics of the evidence, but that he was the detective assigned to the case, and he was telling you that he was pretty certain that Monica was involved?
Your Honor, I reject that as multiple questions in one. It's also hearsay.
To stand on those grounds.
Ms. Sementilli, I'll come back to that. You had known You had not been ever interviewed by the police in this case at the point Monica was arrested, correct?
Up until the point, no.
Up until that day, you had never been
No.
interviewed as a witness in this case.
No.
In fact, you were never interviewed as a witness in this case until 3.5 years after Fabio was killed, correct?
I don't recall that far out. It was probably in the first year that I was interviewed.
Who interviewed you in that first
Detective Tellis.
year? And when did he interview you?
I'm going to say when Marco Laurenti came for the grand jury, I'm going to say we visited Detective Tellis' office. I don't know if it was a standard interview, but we had conversation with him in his office
About the facts of your experience?
about everything I had experienced in the 6 months leading to her arrest.
Okay, and did Detective Tellis take notes when you were talking about the case?
Again, I don't recall.
Okay. And did you meet with anybody else when you were here in August of 2017?
Detective Gable, his partner,
Okay, Detective Gable. And did you answer questions for him?
they were together. I
Okay.
believe they were together.
Okay. Any other police that you met with in August of 2017?
I'm not sure. I came so many times to pre-trials that I might be getting the dates off, but those are the only two detectives that I visited.
Okay. And did you visit with the prosecutor, Ms. Silverman, when you came with Marco for the grand jury?
Yes, Marco did. I was with Marco.
And you met Ms. Silverman?
No, I believe Marco did.
So you didn't meet Ms. Silverman when you came down in August of 2000?
I don't think I was supposed to be there, no.
You don't think you were supposed to
No.
be there?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. When did you meet Ms. Silverman for the first time?
I came down to some preliminary trials and I introduced myself.
And did you ever meet with her in her office?
Most recently, before the trial was supposed to start last year.
Okay.
And then when Baker testified his guilt,
Okay. When was that? July?
July, yes, of last
Okay.
year.
And any other meetings you've had with Ms. Silverman since then?
I might have met her about 4 or 5 times every time I came to preliminary trial.
Okay. And do you know when those times
No.
were?
No.
Okay. And you met with her before this trial?
No, I'm a witness. I wasn't coming out to see her. I've been in my condo till now.
You haven't talked to her at all since you've gotten here?
No.
Not at all?
No. The morning before we came, when was it? Friday? We had a chat on Friday
Where were you when you had this chat?
at her office.
Okay. And did you talk about your testimony about the case?
We went over notes for the case.
Okay, went over notes for the case?
Yeah.
Okay. And you talked to her also earlier today?
No, in the elevator I said hello.
You didn't talk to her in the hallway?
She was pretty occupied, just other than how's your weekend been?
She didn't show you a list of things on a piece of paper?
We went over my notes again, yes.
Oh, you went over your notes again?
Yes.
I see, okay. And that was before you came in to testify today?
Correct, yeah.
And the interview you had in March of 2021, you were interviewed by Detective Roberts. Do you know who that is?
Yes, Mitzi Roberts.
Yes. You were interviewed by her?
On the phone, I had a conversation with her.
Okay, a fairly lengthy conversation?
I believe so. I don't recall right now, but what was it regarding? I'm wondering. I don't remember specifics.
Well, was it regarding this case?
Oh, yes, of course, yes. Yeah.
And you told her what you believed were important facts that you had?
Always, yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you told her about Monica on the day you arrived in January 25, 2017. You told her about claiming that Monica gave you some tour of the house?
Yes,
You did?
yes,
Okay. And you told her that Monica, as you testified here, told you that the safe at the house had been broken?
yes,
You gave her those facts,
yes.
made it clear.
I would object. Asked and answered twice now.
Calls for speculation.
Ms. Sementilli, you have strong feelings about Monica Sementilli, don't you?
I do.
You have made, it would be fair to say, incredible efforts, you personally, to support the prosecution of Monica Sementilli in any way you can offer, correct?
Well, I'm gonna object. That's argumentative.
It's vague.
You have worked quite a bit to assist the prosecution in this case, correct?
Same objection.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I worked quite a bit. Sorry, can you repeat that again?
You have made efforts, you personally have made a number of efforts to support the prosecution of Monica Sementilli in this case, correct?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor, vote.
Again, he changed it. Sustained.
Ms. Sementilli, even before you were ever interviewed by Detective Roberts in March of 2021, which was 3.5 years after Fabio was killed, you made a series of appearances on a television show called 48 Hours. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you went on camera a number of times, correct?
yes,
And you gave photographs and other memorabilia to 48 Hours, which 48 Hours licensed. Is that correct?
yes,
And you didn't get paid for any of that, those pictures or anything, correct?
no,
But you spent a lot of time and energy on coming to film you and talking about this case, correct?
not a lot of time.
How much time did you spend on the 48 Hours TV show?
We probably did a 45-minute to an hour interview talking about my brother.
Okay. And when was that?
In the beginning when I came here to one of the preliminary hearings.
Okay. And you've spoken to representatives from that show a number of times since then?
Just pleasantries. Nothing like an interview.
When you say pleasantries,
Yeah, how are you? How was your flight? How was your trip? When are you leaving? When are you coming? Is it cold? How's everybody in the family?
So one time you were filmed,
Mm-hmm.
and no conversations about the case other than how was your flight, pleasantries.
Yes.
Okay. Am I correct that when you first spoke with Detective Parshall in this case, you made clear to Detective Parshall that Fabio was a happy man, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You made clear to Detective Parshall that Monica you viewed her as a loving wife.
Yes.
You told him that at the time,
Yes.
and that's how you viewed Monica at the time, correct?
Yes.
And this was 5 months after Fabio had been killed, correct?
Yes.
And you, in fact, made clear when you appeared on the television show that you saw the relationship between Monica and Fabio, you said, as a love story.
I don't recall saying that.
You described them having a loving relationship. Would that be fair
Yes.
to say? And you never said anything at all about any conflict that you observed in their marriage, correct?
Correct.
Happy and loving.
Yes.
And Ms. Sementilli, at the time that Fabio was killed in January of 2017, you had actually spent quite a bit of time with Fabio and Monica, holidays, family events, trips to Canada, your trips here, correct?
Yes.
And you had a definite opportunity to observe them together, correct?
Yes.
In your direct testimony, Ms. Sementilli, the prosecutor asked you a series of questions about when Fabio and Monica were first married. Do you recall that?
No.
The prosecutor asked you if Fabio and Monica got married in 1997.
Yes, that's
And she asked you if that was after Fabio divorced his wife, Vonda?
yes.
Okay. But am I correct that Fabio was already separated from Vonda and living with his mom at the time he ever started going out with Monica?
No, you're not correct.
Okay. When did Fabio start going out with Monica?
That I noticed?
Yes.
I'm going to say early 93, 94? No, early 93.
And when was Fabio, at some point Fabio, when he separated from Vonda, moved in with his mom?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't recall the dates.
Okay. And when Monica and Fabio got together, would it be fair to say that Monica's family really embraced Fabio?
No, unfortunately, they didn't like Fabio.
So they never embraced
They
him?
never approved of Fabio.
Really?
Yes.
They never invited him to be at family events?
Eventually, yes.
And when was this eventually?
When she was talking serious about marriage, perhaps. My brother and her spent more time together, but in the beginning it wasn't easy for my brother because he had a child and they disapproved.
Okay. But at some point, they embraced Fabio, would that be
Yes.
fair to say?
Yes.
They loved Fabio,
Yes, very much so.
and they welcomed him into the family at
Yes.
some point. And this was sometime after they first got together, but before they got married.
Correct.
Okay. And so at the time that Fabio and Monica were married, it was the case that Monica's family had demonstrated love and welcoming for Fabio, correct?
It's irrelevant.
I'll allow it. It's over.
Can you repeat that?
Monica's family loved and embraced and welcomed Fabio at the time they got married
Yes.
into the family.
Yes.
Council, let me interrupt. We're going to take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. The admonition still applies. Sementilli, the defendant, is present. All counsel are present, jury and alternatives are present. Ms. Sementilli, you're still under oath, and you may continue with the cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, Ms. Sementilli. So earlier when we first spoke, I had asked you if you recalled in that recorded conversation you first had with Detective Parshall, whether you had, after informing Detective Parshall that Monica, from your perspective, was a loving wife, whether Detective Parshall then shared with you his very strong opinions about the case, that he couldn't share evidence with you, any evidence with you, but that he wanted you to know there was no doubt in his mind that Monica knew what was going on. And you said, I think in response, I don't recall that, and I asked you if looking at the transcript would refresh your recollection. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you page 7 and 8 from your June 20 recorded conversation with Detective Parshall. Could you read that and see if it refreshes your recollection, starting at this looks like 31? On to the next page.
May I, Your Honor?
Chance to read that?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct? Am I correct that you tell Detective Parshall that
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I know you want us to wait, but no foundation.
I don't know.
If it's for refreshing recollection,
did that refresh your
she doesn't get to
recollection?
tell her what it says.
I understand that.
Did that refresh your recollection, looking at that from the transcript?
It was just one line. You told me to read line 31, right?
No. Starting at line 31, I said, and to the next page.
How much of next page?
The first two paragraphs.
Okay. Sorry. Yes, it sounds familiar.
So that refreshes your recollection as to what you said and what Detective Parshall said, correct?
That one line in the next page?
Yes, the next paragraph in the next page.
Yes.
And you told Detective Parshall that Monica was a loving wife, correct?
All of us.
At one point I did, yes.
And he told you very specifically, yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that you knew what was going on, that she participated in this. He told you that, correct?
Yes.
And that, of course, had an impact on you, did it?
Yes.
Ms. Sementilli, you testified earlier to the prosecution counsel's questions. You said something about Monica not asking you not to call the police. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Well, when she talked to you about that, she made clear to you that was because Detective Parshall had asked her not to have family members calling and leaving messages. Is that true?
I don't know about that.
You don't recall that?
That Parshall told her that? No, I don't know that.
No, that she told you that.
No, she didn't tell it me like that.
And am I correct that when you had this conversation, it was May of 2017?
I don't remember the date.
Okay. Would it be fair to say sometime after Easter?
Again, I don't remember the date.
Okay.
It might have been even earlier than that because we all wanted answers.
Okay. But you had never once tried to call Detective Parshall before that conversation, correct?
I was reprimanded that my son did.
Okay. But before the conversation where you say you were reprimanded because your son did, you had never, since the date that Fabio had been killed, tried to call law enforcement, specifically the LAPD, correct?
No, no.
Okay. Ms. Sementilli, you shared with us a specific event before Fabio was killed, a story you told us about January 17 coming down to Los Angeles for a business trip, which was the last time you saw Fabio. Do you recall that?
Correct, yes.
And you went into quite a bit of detail about that experience for you was something unusual that occurred with Fabio and Monica the last time you saw them, before Fabio was killed.
Correct.
You testified that you were bringing this hairdresser, Anthony Quinteri, who had worked with you and Fabio for a very short time, I think you said?
Correct.
And that the two of you had a business proposal. We wanted to run something by him, correct?
Yes.
And that you told us that right before you all were supposed to get there, Fabio had called you and tried to cancel.
Yes.
And he told you it was not a good day.
Yes.
And you told him you were on your way and you were coming anyway.
Yes.
Okay. And then you said when you got there, things were unusual, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said they were unusual for two different reasons, correct? You said, the first thing you said was that there was no dinner ever served by Monica.
No, I didn't say that. So there was no welcome, no spread. She eventually did throw something together, but that's not the usual South, the usual welcome that I usually get. That's what I meant.
So when you testified, there was no dinner served.
No, there was no spread. There wasn't your usual welcome.
Okay, so there was dinner served.
At some point, she did get some food ready, but it's not the usual.
Okay. But it would be defined as dinner.
It was food, dinner time.
Okay. And you said, so what was unusual on that first reason was she served dinner, but it wasn't the usual production or spread, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said there was a second reason, correct?
Sorry, what reason, in what respect? Sorry, the second reason
Well, you described for everyone
why she was different or why it was different? I'm
why
not sure.
it was different. Yes, you said this was a particularly unusual occurrence, that you were sharing with us.
Yes.
And this was the last time you saw Fabio, and it was unusual, and you described two different things. You described no dinner, and you described that Fabio was not his normal gregarious self. He was working with his golf clubs and was not as welcoming as normal.
Correct. Those are the two reasons that was different that night.
Those were the two reasons.
But you
Correct.
said no dinner.
Well, that was one of the things you
I
described.
said there was no spread, there was no welcome, my brother was different, yes. But I didn't go into eventually. We stayed a little longer because I thought we were going to go to a restaurant, but then she made pasta with butter and garlic. That's not an Italian meal, is what I'm trying to tell you. It's not a spread. And it's not called dinner, because usually dinner is a little bit more rounded.
Ms. Sementilli, when you testified before this jury last Friday, you said you were served no food.
No, there was no spread.
And then the second reason that you're describing, you said that Fabio was not his normal welcoming self,
Yes.
not as gregarious, not his normal gregarious self.
Objection, Your Honor.
And that,
Cumulative.
and that that made you concerned.
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask him about it?
No, I did not.
Okay. And am I correct when you said, Ms. Sementilli, that Antonio Quinteri is who you brought to Fabio's home? Antonio Quinteri, I think you described, had only worked for a short time for you and Fabio?
$4 years, 3.5 to 4 years.
Okay. Is it correct, Mrs. Sementilli, that you were aware when you brought Anthony Quinteri to the Sementilli home that your brother Fabio disliked Anthony Quinteri for a very specific reason?
Not at that time.
You weren't aware of that?
No.
So you weren't aware that when Anthony Quinteri worked for you and Fabio, when he left, he took a number of your salon's clients, which upset Fabio greatly?
Yes, but that had passed because Fabio was vice president of P&G here in LA, and Antonio was an account holder. And in fact, a few times I asked Fabio how he's getting along with Antonio, and he says, Morella, let that just be behind us now. And so there was no disgruntled anymore. It was fine. Our relationship was fine with Antonio.
And that was the incident that you said was unusual that you saw with Fabio and Monica prior to his death, correct?
I'm not sure what incident you're talking about.
This unusual occurrence you say happened at Fabio and Monica's home.
Unusual. Is this including Antonio Quinteri? I'm not sure.
Yes.
No.
You used the word unusual.
My brother was unusual. It wasn't his normal self.
Okay. Ms. Sementilli, you testified about flying into LA after you learned that Fabio had been killed, correct?
Yes.
And Fabio was killed on the 23rd of Monday, and you flew in that Wednesday, the 25th, correct?
Correct.
And you said that you flew into town and went straight to the house, correct?
Correct.
And you were aware that Fabio had been killed at the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said to us that you were very, very concerned about the safety of Monica and the girls being at the house. Is that true?
Yes.
And when you flew in to LA, you went straight to the house, and in fact, you stayed at the house for the next 6-7 days, correct?
No, I didn't stay there.
You didn't sleep in Monica's room?
No.
You didn't tell the police back in March of 2021 that for your entire stay you remained at the house and slept in Monica's room?
No, I stayed with Monica after, when I went back, when it was just me going back and forth.
Well, you told the police, did you not, that at the wake, at the viewing after you organized a viewing at the funeral home, and then you were there receiving about 80 people at the house? Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Yes.
And you told the police that you had stayed with Monica, that entire stay you stayed in her bedroom.
I
You
I heard a comment. I didn't hear a question.
understood. You stayed in Monica's bedroom that week, correct?
didn't stay the entire stay. I might have stayed one night, but I went into the bedroom to get a cell phone charger. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, you referenced to the detective, you told the detective that you stayed your entire stay at Monica's home.
I don't recall. We were at a hotel, so I might have confused which stay specifically. I was with Monica in her room after the murder.
Okay. So there was another stay where you came to the house and stayed in Monica's room?
Many times, yes.
Many times?
Yes.
And when was the next time?
I went back, I believe it was in end of February, then again in I think in March, and again in May, a few times after that.
Okay. And those times you stayed at the house, but not
believe
this
so.
time?
No, we were in a hotel with my mom and my sister, I'm pretty sure. So I might have.
Ms. Sementilli, isn't it true that during your trip to California for the January 29th event, from the time you got here until the time you left back to Toronto, you slept at the Sementilli home?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And you said you don't recall that, or you definitely recall not sleeping there?
I definitely recall not sleeping there because Wella had put us up in a hotel, and I remember my sister, my mom, and I consoling each other in a hotel room.
So if you told Detective Roberts, quote, during the trip to California for the January 29th wake, you slept in Monica's room the entire stay, that would have been untrue.
I did not stay with Monica during that stay.
So that statement to the detective would have been untrue?
That would be untrue or misunderstood. I didn't get my dates right.
Okay. When you were at the home, when you first came, you described a number of family members being at the home, correct?
Correct.
And there were you there during the day that week you flew in on Wednesday?
Yes,
Okay. Were you there every day?
most of the days.
Okay. At the home
Yes.
where Fabio had been killed?
Yes.
Okay. And you never left the house because you felt unsafe. Is that fair to say?
No, there was 20 people at one time. No, I didn't.
Okay. And you never directed or arranged for your nieces or Monica to stay somewhere else, correct?
No, it wasn't something that I thought of.
Okay. You clearly understood at that time from, did you watch news reports of the events with Fabio?
I don't think I did understand either.
Were you watching the news about any reporting about Fabio's death?
Here in LA, we don't get the news in Canada. But
Here in
when I
LA.
was here, I came to the pre-trials, and sometimes I would watch the news.
Okay, I apologize for not being clear. I mean that first week after he was killed, when you were at the Sementilli home with 20 people.
Yes, we did watch the news at the house.
Okay. And you were talking to Monica, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall talking to Monica while you were here?
In specifically for what was I talking to her about?
About this horrible killing of your brother.
Yes,
Okay.
of course, yes.
Okay. And your understanding, am I correct, was that the operating theory, the police at that time believed this was some kind of burglary gone wrong?
Objection calls for speculation. Also hearsay.
This witness's understanding was overruled.
Yes,
That was your understanding.
yes,
And you also understood that the police had reassured Monica and the girls that burglars usually don't come back.
And calls for speculation.
That does.
Thank you, Your Honor. Prosecution counsel asked you last Friday, Ms. Sementilli, did Monica ever say anything to you about whether or not she wanted to move and get out of that house? And you answered no in your testimony. Is that correct?
What was the answer in reference to?
The prosecutor's question, did Monica say anything to you about whether or not she wanted to move and get out of that house? And you answered no. Was that your testimony?
Yes.
She never said anything about moving.
Eventually she did, yes.
Okay, so eventually she did, but you were wondering when the prosecutor asked you this question, you were speaking about what time period?
The beginning.
The beginning.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point, Monica did tell you that she wanted to move and sell the house, correct?
She did, yes.
And in fact, you went and looked at a number of homes with Monica, correct?
Correct.
And they weren't all listed at $800,000, correct?
I only went to see one home.
Okay, but you looked around for Monica and knew she had a real estate agent?
No, I didn't do any of that.
You didn't? You
No.
didn't contact Monica by text and tell her that she should look for a house in a particular neighborhood near Pierce College?
I don't recall doing that.
Okay. And you didn't actually meet her to look at other houses other than this one you say?
Nope, just the one.
Okay. And you, in fact, were aware, were you not, that Monica was using the same real estate agent to sell her house that she was going to be using to get a new house. Is that correct?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
You didn't have any discussions with
No,
Monica about
no.
that? After Fabio was killed, Ms. Sementilli, would it be fair to say that you played a very active role in wanting to honor your brother?
Yes,
And in fact, you spent a great deal of time and effort in putting together these plaqued photographs. You were getting a series of plaqued photographs to use in tribute to him. Is that correct?
Yes.
You actually sent Monica a couple of posters that you had made of Fabio, blown up photographs of Fabio for her to be able to use as part of tributes to him, correct?
Yes.
And you actually worked very hard that Sunday after you arrived to put on this viewing and at the funeral home, and then organize the reception back at the house, correct?
That wasn't me.
You didn't communicate with Wella about that?
No.
Okay. Who did you see communicating with Wella about that?
Facts, not an evidence.
Sustain.
I don't recall.
Just strike them.
Do you know?
There's nothing to strike.
Do you know, Ms. Sementilli, how that event was organized?
No.
Did you attend that event?
Yes.
And I think you described earlier that there were about 80 people there,
Yes.
and most of the people there were gathered outside by the pool,
Correct.
and there was food set up outside.
Yes.
And were people gathered around where Fabio had been killed?
Yes.
There were tables and chairs set up out there, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And you described for us being out there, and at some point during that memorial, that gathering, you met someone who was introduced to you as Robert Baker. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it was Monica who introduced you, correct?
Yes.
And you had first seen them outside with a number of people gathered outside, correct?
I had seen them together,
Okay.
sitting down, looking at each other.
And then you, accompanied with Deborah Obad, you walked inside with Robert Baker and Monica, correct?
Correct.
And then you had not been introduced to him yet,
No.
correct?
No.
And then the four of you went into their living room, correct?
Correct.
And you said Robert Baker sat down on an ottoman, and you sat down right beside Monica on the couch, correct?
Correct.
And that's the point at which you were introduced to Robert Baker.
Yes.
And you testified that you, at some point, whispered into Monica's ear that people are watching. And what did you whisper?
Who is this guy? People are watching, and he probably should go.
You said that as well.
Well,
What did you say in Italian? You said it was in Italian?
yes, I said in Italian.
What did you say in Italian?
Who is this guy? Oh, sorry.
You want the English translation, I take it, because we are not going to hear the Italian words. I'm
English
correct in that,
translation.
yes?
English translation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I said, who is this guy? Everybody is watching. It's probably best he go, in Italian.
And then Monica said to him, you should probably go.
She introduced me to him,
Uh-huh.
and then after he gave me condolences, and then over to Deborah, and then back to Monica, and she said, it's probably better you go.
And then he left.
And then he got up.
Okay. And when he left, you saw Monica's mother at some point say something to him as he was leaving.
Correct.
And did he respond at all?
No.
Okay. And your understanding about her saying that when you spoke to Deborah Obad was that his mom was worried that men like Baker would prey on Monica. Is that right?
I didn't overhear any of that.
Deborah Obad never had a conversation with you about why Mena, Monica's mom, said that to Baker?
Objection, Your Honor, double hearsay.
A moment. Let's sustain that.
You didn't have any understanding about why Mena said that to Robert Baker, correct?
Correct.
And you never asked anybody about it?
No.
You just didn't think anything of it?
Well, I did. I says, what's going on? And then she wasn't talking to me. She was not saying anything after that.
Ms. Sementilli, you described for the prosecutor being in Monica's closet at one point with your sons and Monica and Luigi. Do you recall that?
I wasn't in the closet with my sons and my nephews. No.
You were not there?
No. I was in the closet with my mom and my sister.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you're referencing, the clothing?
Well, yes. You testified that there was some incident where you said Monica was giving away Fabio's things, right?
Yes, she was.
But as you testified, Luigi had requested a few of Fabio's things. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
And was that at the same time period where you were in the closet with Monica?
No.
You were never in the closet with Luigi?
Not at that time, no.
But you were in the closet when a watch was located that you asked Monica if it would be okay to give to the firstborn, which was your son Anthony, correct?
My nephew, Anthony.
Your nephew Anthony.
Yes.
Correct?
She gave it to my nephew, Anthony. I don't recall conversation about it.
Well, you specifically asked Monica if Anthony, because he was the firstborn, could have the watch, correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay. But you recall Anthony getting the watch?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Sementilli, you described in your testimony earlier that one of Monica's neighbors brought over at some point the surveillance footage that had been located at the neighbor's house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you testified that Monica, when she returned home from the police impound, was upset because she had not seen the video. Is that right?
She was upset that we saw the video.
Before she saw it?
Yes.
Okay. But were you aware at that time that it was Monica who had first told the police the night Fabio was killed that they might find video like that at this neighbor's home?
Objection assumes facts, not an evidence, and
Sustained.
calls for speculation.
Were you aware, did you have an understanding that it was Monica who informed the police that they might find this video at the neighbors who brought it?
Same objection.
Sustain.
Ms. Sementilli, you claimed when the prosecutor was asking you about the conversations you had with Monica after Fabio was killed that your communications with Monica were almost all about life insurance. Do you recall of that?
Almost all about life insurance. A majority of them, yes.
Okay. And you were, during this entire period, texting frequently with Monica, correct?
Yes.
And if I told you that the prosecution had gathered over 500 communications between you and Monica between the time Fabio was killed and when Monica was arrested, would that sound about right?
500? I don't know.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to review those communications?
Yes.
And while we're gathering those, am I correct that there wasn't a single communication between you and Ms. Sementilli in those communications?
Go ahead, ask your question.
Yeah.
The reviewing is going to be done after court. We're not going to sit here while counsel and the witness confer on 500 communications.
That's fine.
Okay, so you can ask your question without showing her the matter right now.
Okay. Am I correct that there's not a single time in however many communications there were between you and Monica after Fabio died and before she was arrested, there's not one text where Monica ever complains to you or makes any reference to life insurance?
What's your question? I'm sorry, it was all broken up. What was the question again?
Is it true that in all of the communications you had with Monica between the time Fabio died and when she was arrested, she never complained once or even referenced life insurance to you in these communications?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
Let me take our adjournment this time. Counsel, you can meet with the witness after court hours. Excuse me, so I can talk to the jury. Excuse me a second. We're going to be in adjournment until tomorrow at 9 a.m. The admission advisor will not discuss this case among yourself or if anyone else or if the court expressing opinions of the cause finally submitted to you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9. I want to see counsel here at 8:30.